All right, I have 9:30, so I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. If everyone will, please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we can move on to approval of the minutes for the meeting, for the board meeting, February 15th and 17th. Are there any amendments?
Yes, I have one. This is for February 15th. Then item number 2. I think, this is, as I remember, it talked about the low hospitality group. It says appraised value reduced from $1,212,000 to $1,813,000. Really not reduced. It's been,
Just inverted it.
right, yeah. So it's been, yeah, the numbers just need to be switched. But we'll rewrite, but it actually came out as a reduction. I think Mr. Lowe would appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, with those amendments, if there's no objections, that is approved. For the regular meeting of February 17th, 2022, are there any amendments? Hearing none, with no objection, that is approved. For the Fitch presentation of February 17th, 2022, are there any amendments? Hearing none, and if there's no objection, those are approved. For budget deliberations of February 18th, 2022, are there any amendments? Hearing none, and if there's no objection, those are approved. Next is approval of requisitions for March 3rd, 2022, in the amount of $11,182.60. There was no objection, that's approved. For accounts payable for February 24th, 2022, in the amount of $91,633.20. There is no objection, that is approved. For accounts payable for March 3rd, 2022, in the amount of $413,226.08. There's no objection, that is approved. For manual checks on February 25th, 2022, in the amount of $702. There's no objection, that is approved. For manual checks on March 4th, 2022, in the amount of $88,443.68. There's no objection, that is approved. Are there any announcements or changes to the agenda?
So it looks like old business, actually, I'm sorry, new business number 12. There was a discussion that maybe you might have it at 10:30.
Yes, and she might be available.
Yes, okay.
Thank you. We can move on to public comment. Remember, you have 3 minutes, and if you're online, please raise your hand. Is there anyone in person that wants to make comment? All right, Mr. Tab, if you want to come up.
David Tabb, Jefferson County resident, taxpayer. Once again, public comments coming in too late. The regular meeting in February the 17th failed to include Mr. Tabb's public comments. Read. Just because you put it into this days for 3 different meetings does not mean the minutes are correct at that time. So if you don't allow the floor to come open or public comment when you're making these approvals for corrections, then those minutes are not properly set. That's through all of the approvals that you just did. All of them are not complete. The documents or the agenda pack did not have the payments amount for February the 24th or March the 3rd. Manual checks. There's no documentation for February the 25th or March the 4th, which is tomorrow. There's nothing in the packet. Once again, the county commission has approved minutes that are not complete, not publicly posted, not publicly noticed. This makes these documents incomplete and invalid. This cannot continue. You're supposed to be here to service the public. How can I come in here and find that many mistakes every time? I read the 260 some pages that you put out for the post. Item 4, where's this $1,200 coming for an internship? Is it in the budget? I didn't see it. Number 5, finance director. It says for FY 2022. Is that 2022 or 2023? 2022 is already now. So how can you start talking about that? Levy resolution, not in the agenda. There's a resolution there, but there's no paperwork or documents to be put up. How did you come up with this? What is it for? What's the documentation? There's nothing there. Frontier Communications, number 8, no documentation. Number 9, the presentation for legals. My case isn't there, 210229, it's not there. And all these other issues that have been coming up that I've been talking about before, you've never addressed them yet. New business, presentation of CTUB, no documentation. Presentation 13, 14, and 15, which is public hearing about the ambulance. It's not there. Object to it. Y'all have a nice day.
Is there anyone else in person that wants to make public comment? Jesse, did anyone raise their hand online?
Yes. Stacy Tab. Just have yourself muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'd like to comment in regards to the information technology item on the agenda. First of all, there's another update on the Gig Ready program. It seems like every meeting we get a little bit of information about the program, but there's no real general summary of what the county's goal is. As I listen to these meetings week by week, there's kind of like, well, you can make a commitment to a certain percentage of funds maybe in the future that you would be willing, that the county would be willing to provide for this program, but there's no real budgeted amount or where we're going or what the cap on that is, that what the plan is. And then I wonder about the approval of these 4 new GIS jobs, because I haven't seen real information out there that we were building this division within the information technology department, and the job descriptions are just within the packet, and yet there's already an approval to hire people for these positions, which also I did not notice posted on the website or advertised that we had this. And I mean, I don't know, I haven't heard over the months or anything, like, again, what the goal is of the county and that we're building out this division of the department. You know, it's kind of confusing where this is going, even with the Gig Ready. There used to be many broadband meetings in the county, and that committee has been silent for months. And so it would be nice if there could be more clarification what the plan is for internet and broadband access throughout the county. Even today, again, as I was saying, with the Gig Ready program, like there's just little bits and pieces that come periodically. And now in today's update, it says, well, let's look at a regional overview. Is that the goal of the county? Has that been determined, what we're trying to achieve there? And what happened to the broadband committee that seems like it would be involved in the expansion of services throughout the county? And so I hope that we could get maybe a better overview of what's happening and what happened to that broadband committee that was meeting. Speaking of committees, the ARPA funds, there were meetings that were held for several weeks, and there was applications that were entered and a few funds that were dispersed. But COVID has been going on for a while when people are suffering, and there are funds there the county has received to help and assist people get through these times, and there's been no activity. And so I just wonder again, what's going on and why there isn't movement in that regard. And those are the only comments that I have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's all.
Okay, last call for public comment. All right, hearing none.
There's one person who just raised their hand.
Okay,
Alan Purdue. Mr. Purdue, you're self-muted?
Yes, can you hear me now?
yes, sir.
Yes.
I apologize. I'm the general counsel, Alan Purdue at Shepherd University. And I wanted to clarify, is the public hearing listing for 1:30 regarding the EMS matters and the Fitch report, is there going to be a separate public comment at that time?
Yes.
I'll reserve my remarks for then.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yep, no problem. All right, with that, public comment is closed. We can move to agenda item number 1, Nikki Payne.
Good morning, commissioners. You received this morning, there should have been a list at your spot of the poll workers. I apologize, it did not get put into the packet. I will email Jessica to make sure it gets put in there, or part of the record. We didn't get them until later, so they were still trickling in confirmation from people that wanted to work. I think this is the first time that this commission has approved poll workers, so I just want to kind of go over it for a second. What we do, I contact the Democratic Executive Committee and the Republican Executive Committee, let them know people that have worked in the past. So I basically give them the list of everyone that worked in the last election. Anybody that has contacted me to that's interested in working in the polls, and then they contact people, put their nominations together, and that is what you have. So you have the Republican nomination, an alternate list, and the Democratic nomination and their alternate list. And this list that is approved now may certainly change by the time election day comes around, but we do have to do the initial approval.
Any questions or comments from commissioners?
Yeah, I'm just curious, some precincts have supply clerks and some don't. Are you still waiting to fill in this?
No, so the supply clerks are 50-50. So you'll see half of them on the Republican list and the other half are on the Democratic list.
Okay.
So each precinct has 5 poll workers. Each commissioner is 1 Democrat, 1 Republican. Each poll clerk is 1 Democrat and 1 Republican. And the supply clerk position can be either or. And it's been several years now that the list has been split. It's 50-50.
Well, I'm just saying it doesn't look like there's supply clerks at every precinct.
Yes, there are supply clerks at every precinct.
Right. Okay, I see now. Precinct 28 is split.
Right, and so if you
Okay.
see it if there's a supply clerk listed on the precinct 3 on the Republican side, then there won't be one on the Democratic side.
All right. Thanks.
I'll go ahead and move a motion to accept the poll worker list as presented by Ms. Nikki Payne.
Second, is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
We can move to agenda item number 2, Rebecca Hall.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
So this is the grant application for the grant year 2022, 2023. And so I have the application ready, just need a couple signatures. I do need a blue pen, and I just realized I did not have a blue pen with me. My pen, will you sign with that, please? Sorry, I forgot that the grant has to be in blue ink.
And this grant, there's no match, or the match is within the budget, the prosecuting attorney's budget?
Correct. Yep. There is a match, but
Right.
we always have been able to match that with the budget that's already approved.
Yeah.
Is there a motion?
Oh, yeah, if you better do that before you sign it.
Yeah.
I'll move to authorize our chairman to sign the grant application as presented.
Second.
So moving second, any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
And there's just 2 more forms. On the last page of each of those. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We're 15 minutes early, but the next is interviews and appointments. The Jefferson County Property Safety Enforcement Agency Board.
I don't see Liz Wells, who was the only applicant online. I'm not certain if she's going to be attending in person. So.
But I know Ms. Wilk, and I know she's interested, decided to note that she is interested in the board and would like to continue. We have 2 slots, but we only have 1 applicant. I'll move that we appoint Sharon Wilk to the Property Safety Enforcement Agency Board.
Moving second, is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I guess we'll continue advertising for the other slots.
Was Russ going to be in person?
He said he was going to be in person, but
Yeah, we'll work
I'll send him a message.
It's, we can move to agenda item number 5, since you just walked in. State level.
Just quick. Morning, everyone.
Morning.
This will be pretty brief. This is budget revision number 4 for the general fund. It is to approve the movement of Elizabeth Wheeler beginning February 14th until the end of fiscal year 22, her salary, wages, and everything from 431 to 401.
I'll move we approve the fiscal year 2022 state budget revision number 4 for the general county fund.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Great.
Thank you.
Good time.
Thank you very much.
We're running early.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Thank you. I'll get this for the state and then we'll get it entered.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Rick.
So what is the commission's pleasure?
Legislative updates. The business are open, well, can't be open. Or county administrator reports.
Personnel matters.
Yeah. Exactly.
Are there any legislative updates? Do we have anything?
I don't have.
Andy,
I'm sorry.
are there any legislative updates? Do we have anything?
I don't have anything, but I'm sure there's a lot going on. I don't really have anything. I texted Russ. Whenever.
Yeah, his packet packet, so that might.
Yeah, right. At all.
Did you guys want to take a break before Russ gets here?
Yeah, we do that.
A little early for break, but,
Yeah. It's such a nice.
all right, we'll take a break till Russ gets here. All right, so I'll call this back to order. Move to agenda item number 4, Russell Burgess.
Good morning, commissioners. Bear with me a little, at the moment, I had a couple breathing issues and a little slow, but I forget which one we had first, but if I can, we'll start with our IT intern. I spoke with you about at the last meeting, and you approved an internship, but we didn't have the name. We were still interviewing, and I put in the agenda packet the resume from Trevor Van Orsdale, who we would like to have be our IT intern. He will be with us for 150 hours, and that will help for him to complete his degree requirements at Blue Ridge Community and Technical College. So I'm here today to ask if you all would approve Mr. Trevor Van Orsdale to be our IT intern.
In this package, it says 100 hours. Is it 100 or 150?
Oh.
I would make a correction, right?
I made a mistake that it is 150 hours. It was originally 100.
Okay, now it's 150. Okay. Just want to make sure, make the motion.
Yes,
Okay.
please, thank you. Thank you very much.
Now, I'll move a motion to approve Trevor Van Orsdale for the position of IT intern for 150 hours at $12 an hour. This is was approved or previously by the commission. Funding will come out of the IT department budget.
Second, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion?
Start date immediately or?
I believe Monday if possible.
Okay, start at Monday, let me add that to my motion.
Yeah, that was what we had discussed with
Monday,
him.
March 7th.
Yes.
Yes, sir. All right, thank you.
Okay, with that correction, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you all. He will be a big help. If you have not been down to see the IT area, we have stuff everywhere as the data center refresh is in progress. We're putting in a new AC unit to keep cooling, so he will be a big help. Definitely enjoy him. If I may, for the next one, may we go to the Gig Ready program? I brought you a little bit more information related to that. As we discussed last time, I believe you were still in budget meetings and we're not sure if you had funds available for this or not, but you had asked a couple questions in reference to what other counties were doing. And at the moment, Berkeley County has committed to 25% of the project cost, which we had discussed before. We had signed the resolution for 25% for projects identified, and then if you wanted to go through with them, they didn't necessarily have to be done. If we identified a project, came through, you could reject it at that time, but then they decided they were looking for a ballpark. Berkeley County committed to 25% of the project cost up to $1 million. Morgan County went for the ballpark of $500,000. The average in West Virginia appears to be $300,000 on the lower side and $1 million on the upper side. There is I don't have the details on this, so I hesitate to bring it up, but there is apparently a major project in Fayette County, West Virginia. And I did want to discuss, we had a meeting yesterday with All Points Broadband. And All Points Broadband has worked in 19 counties in, I believe it's Washington County, or not Washington County, Maryland and Virginia. And they do rural projects. So when it comes up with a project like this, they team with the local governments. And in this case, it would be with the Gig Ready program. And they do not cherry pick projects out of the area. In other words, we have 2,200, the numbers have varied, but 2,235 unserved or underserved addresses. They would serve all of them as part of this. When they do a project, they want to do the whole thing. They showed us some maps of their current commitments to fiber in our neighboring counties. I believe it's Clark and Frederick County. And their fiber map showed and all of their fibers coming up right to the border of Jefferson County. And they're like, why would we stop here? We've got all these routes of fiber coming in. They would like to do our count. There's more details with that. We would flesh that out. I would probably have discussions with you, obviously, before we would ever consider partnering with them or someone else. But it does seem like we do have partnerships available for the Gig Ready program if you all are willing to commit funding to it for that. And again, to remind everybody with this, the Gig Ready program, the funding is coming through the West Virginia Department of Economics. And again, I forget the exact title, but it's coming through that. We would put 25% up. The state would put up 75%. And this would bring fiber directly to these addresses. I'm open to any questions or more information I can give you all. I'm not sure if David Deemer is on, but he might be available also. He has been a wonderful resource in pulling this together as he's working on this. And one other thing that was brought up with All Points Broadband is there is more money for regional projects also. The state is really hyping regional projects. So they are also going to approach Berkeley and Morgan County to make more of these projects. So hopefully we serve more of these addresses in West Virginia.
But you still need a dollar amount.
We still need a dollar
Yeah.
amount. Again, this is not you
I know it's not,
finding.
yeah.
Mhm.
You just need a pledge. let's say.
And I thank you for giving us the data with, so we can gauge what other folks are doing. And Berkeley County, they're dedicating $1 million. We're about half the size of Berkeley County.
Correct.
I would feel very comfortable dedicating 500,000 personally to this project. And I think that kind of puts us in kind of the middle from what you were saying with the other counties are doing. And I think that'll at least get us started, in my opinion. So.
Yeah, I agree with Steve about 500. I think it's just a really good opportunity that we're doing 25 and the state's 75.
Yeah.
I'd be comfortable with that number.
500,000 works for me, and it doesn't give me any budget heartburn either.
Okay. Yeah, instead of open-ended or.
The other part I understand is this can come from the ARPA funding.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. If it's okay, I'll go ahead and move a motion, and I'll move a motion to commit 500,000 on behalf of the Jefferson County. And my screen just went blank. There we go. For the state Gig Ready program to obtain technical assistance for identifying projects that may qualify for the program. It says here also any projects identified would be reviewed at a later time to determine the county's involvement. I request that these funds be pulled and ear tagged from our ARPA funds.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, we will continue on with the technical assistance part of this. I will bring you a resolution, same as you did before, but instead of 25%, this will list 25% and 500,000.
Okay.
Excellent. My third item on today's agenda is the reorganization of the GIS department. As you may know, Todd Fagan retired from our GIS department December 31st. He is to me, a great loss. He has been instrumental in GIS for the CAD system and bringing everything with that. He brought along Jessica Bormont in a wonderful fashion. She has stepped up way beyond my expectations. I think I have discussed with you all some of the challenges that we have had with Spillman CAD and the response time and quickest route. She has been leading these meetings that we have every week to try to solve some of these issues. So she has stepped up as he has stepped down. I had discussions with Mr. Fagan and asked him, if possible, if the commission would approve, if we may be able to still retain some of his knowledge or utilize him part-time in the coming year or years, if possible, just for any projects that we have where we may need his knowledge. With that being said, Mr. Fagan originally was the manager of the department and did a lot of managerial duties in addition to GIS. With GIS being in IT now, I have assumed most of those duties, and I would like to replace Mr. Fagan with more of a GIS-centered person and someone not necessarily enmeshed in administration and duties such as that, as I think that we can cover that with the combination of the departments being together. I put in there, we sat down and rewrote what we thought would be kind of a guideline for positions in the GIS department in the years to come. Not that we would fill all these positions, but depending on growth in the county and the needs of the county, we laid out a framework for building GIS out as time goes on. As I mentioned, Jessica Cormont has stepped up. Rhonda Greenholz has also stepped up. She is working more in GIS, and the administrative duties that she has had, she has stepped up to help me as far as IT and integrate any GIS duties with IT duties. And then has also stepped up to be more of the customer-facing person or citizen-facing person of the GIS department. Obviously, Jessica Gormont and myself guide her and stand behind her to help her with any issues that she has with citizen complaints or problems that come up. I'm not sure what else to go over with you on these, except I'm extremely impressed with both of them. They have been wonderful to work with since Mr. Fagan has left. And I think that with the layout that we've set to go forward, we can grow the department within the GIS template that we have designed so we can provide more services. I think as we go forward, one of the ideas that we would like to do is, in the past, the website has been one of the things that we concentrate on. We try to publish online maps. We try to publish data and things like that for the website. As you know, today, hardly anybody sits at home and looks at their computer. Well, what do? I need something. You pull it up here. This will be down the road a little bit, but I think the gist of where we are looking to go is mobile apps. I think that's just where we need to go. One of the things that you may know I am a little bit passionate about is disc golf, and we have a disc golf course out at San Michael's Park. So there's an app that you can get on your phone, and you can pull up that little park. You can sit there and look at all the holes. You can look and see how many people have played the course in the last year. As far as GIS, that is not my specialty, but Jessica is the co-chair or the chairman of the EPAN, which is the Eastern Panhandle GIS Users Committee. And these are some of the things where they get together, the different counties, and they discuss the options and things that they have to look forward to with GIS. So with this reorganization, that's one of the things that I want to look at and I want to go forward with, is to try to bring more citizen services to mobile apps and make citizens aware so they know it's out here. Whether it be looking for a park or trying to find out who is there, maybe utilities or things like that. And we're always open to ideas. We're always open to things that citizens want that we can help bring forward and design. So with that, I guess I would open it up to questions you may have or want to go over. I guess one last thing I want to say is this was kind of my idea with these positions. Now I'm requiring certifications. I want continuing education. I want our employees to better themselves and not stagnate in their positions. So we have included things like Microsoft certifications for basics that we feel are needed in the position, and then also Esri, which is the GIS, the main GIS platform. If you think of Microsoft to computers, Esri is that to GIS. So many of these classes are free. So they can go through and take these and take the test, and it costs nothing, but they can get certifications proving that they do know the fundamentals. They do know these different levels that they need to get to prove that they're proficient in what they do. And I believe that helps our citizens as we go forward.
Well, this reorganization makes a lot of sense to me. Can you tell me the budget impact? And, you know, when is this going to be effective? In July with the new budget? And what we had tentatively approved.
With the retirement of Mr. Fagan as laid out as it is, this would be a decrease in our budget for personnel of over $6,000 per year. And that is saying that we utilize Mr. Fagan for the full request that I had.
Right, for him, just part-time.
Yes.
I just wanted to be clear on that
Yes.
because, we're adding another employee too, but I realized Mr. Fagan had been with us. a
Right,
long
they would be
time.
replacing them. I would like to make it effective immediately and get Jessica and Rhonda help in the GIS department with the new GIS analyst and start moving forward.
Okay, and that's what I was here. Wanted to wait till July or start this now and, with the salary increases also.
I have a question. So you have on here continuing education and the certification and that, agree with that. Do you have that? Do you have stuff in your budget to cover, or funds in your budget? to cover that?
We do,
Okay.
we do. And fortunately, most of these certifications and training that we have in here are either free or they are not very expensive.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you had plans for covering that.
Yes. And what we typically have done in the past is if I was to take a class and go through and say that the certification costs $225 to get, we will cover that first attempt. If you don't pass the first attempt, second, third attempts are on the employee themselves, but we would cover the first attempt.
Now, do we have anything, because we've talked about this with sheriff's office, do we have anything that, once we help them get their certifications and we make that investment, say they pass one first time, for them to commit to staying?
Like threaten them?
And like, it says, we make this investment in you, so you're agreeing to stay, 6 months, a year, whatever, to get a return on that.
We do not have anything in place on something like that. I don't know an answer to that. That would be kind of out of my realm of expertise of what you could or would do. In discussions with Mr. Nissel that we've had on some of these, salary, I think, plays a good portion of keeping an employee, but an employee has to be happy where they are. An employee has to enjoy where they are and what they do. If they're not happy in their job, first off, I don't think they're going to do a very good job, and they're going to leave. I would hope that we provide a good environment here. Obviously, from a management standpoint, you may think you are, and maybe you're not. I think that's why we have our employees try to talk to other people, and I think John being here, he's going to go around and talk to people and see that maybe there are unhappy employees. I would really like to know if employees are unhappy with me. I consider your work life is just this huge part of your life. If you're not happy in your work life, you're going to be miserable. But in answer to your question, no, we do not have anything like that.
So I guess that's something that we could sit down and talk about. And even though it might be $250 for a class, you send them whatever, but just getting something back for making that investment and making sure we get the benefit of that person being certified or that training before they decide to.
Well, and I guess on that, I would just say, I definitely get it, but I would be curious. I think that the certification from the police department is much more intensive than, I don't know, like it's a Microsoft Word class.
No, I agree. I was just saying, like, the bonuses we just approved, and we're asking them for some longevity in their position. I just would like to see a return.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that. I don't know what the steps are, unless it's if you leave within 6 months, you pay it back or something.
That's typically what happens, but we can sit down with John and come up and figure out what's reasonable.
Yeah, I don't think that's an issue at all. I think if you're trying to continue your education and go through and be a better person and enjoy your work life, I think that's.
And most people want that training and that knowledge and everything anyway. I just want to make sure we get something out of it.
Completely agree.
Okay, that's all.
I'm going to move the motion and it's a long one.
I didn't know how to shorten it. I'm sorry.
No, you made it clear. That's what's important. That's, yeah. Move to approve the reorganization of the GIS department with the following GIS job descriptions. GIS technician level 1 through level 3. GIS Programmer Level 1 through Level 3, GIS Analyst Level 1 through Level 3, GIS Coordinator Level 1 through Level 3, and to approve Rhonda Greenholz to GIS Technician Office Admin Level 1 with a salary increase to $44,500. And to approve Jessica Gormont to GIS Coordinator Level 1 with a salary increase to $55,000. And to approve hiring Todd Fagan as a part-time temporary employee, rate of $25 per hour, not to exceed 400 hours per year. And to approve advertising for a GIS Analyst Level 1 with a salary of $50,000. And for the employee portion, these changes will be effective immediately.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, I think that's all I have for today. Thank you all very much.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Thank you. You have my cell phone number if you need to text me if you need me later. Just, Sandy can, so I sent you my number yesterday. Okay, I emailed you my new cell number. Just shoot me a text on that. Fantastic. Thank you.
Next, I have appointment to the Jefferson County Deputy Sheriff Civil Service Commission, agenda item number 6.
Good morning, Commissioners. Steve Cox, President of the Jefferson County Civil Service Commission. I approached you last month about making an appointment to fill the unfilled position of the third commissioner. It's an unexpired term. It would expire in 2024, 2025. I'm not for sure. That was people to believe a letter was sent to the Bar Association.
It's in the packet.
Advising them that, requesting them to appoint that member. I haven't heard anything. The clerk has not put anybody in. I'm not sure if any of you all have heard anything. But we're here again 30 days later. I'm not sure what to tell you other than we, again, don't have record of anybody being appointed since 2013. That term expired in 2017. The individual who was filling the position apparently resigned, but we haven't seen him since November. And we'd like to go ahead and get this taken care of. We are in the process of establishing the rules and regulations, which do not exist at this point in time, but by state code, they should have been in place for quite some time before today. So we are diligently working to try to get everything fixed and put together, and having that third commissioner would be extremely helpful. Aside from that, state code does state that there shall be 3 commissioners, and we are functioning as a 3-commissioner civil service commission.
What, I'm disappointed we haven't heard anything from the Bar Association, but to comply with the code, I do think we need to advertise for a board member that has a legal background of some sort. I think that's the next best option unless Nathan has words of wisdom to how to proceed.
The code gives you the authority to appoint someone right now. I guess it would be in the commission's discretion if you want to seek an additional appointment, but it requires, or it directs the bar association to appoint, to give you someone, and they haven't done it. So it leaves you in a position of, and then it says if they don't do that, then you have the authority.
I definitely see your point, Jane, but I also can understand that it is burdensome to be having a 2-member board. They kind of do need the third person. And
We did have somebody send in a resume. Is Gene here today?
Yes.
You're Gene, okay. Okay. And we only have one person apply for this.
I think the fact that we've got someone willing to serve on it and we've waited the 30 days and the bar has not wanted someone, it's been vacant for some time. I think we just proceed.
I agree. Do y'all want to hear from Gene? Does he apply or?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, sure.
You want to come on up here, sir?
Yeah, good afternoon, good morning. My name is Gene Bezzosi. I did make the application. Happy to be here and answer any questions that you may have about me or about my background.
Can you say your last name again?
Bezzosi,
Bezzosi. Okay.
yeah,
All right. Just wanna make
native
sure.
West Virginia name.
Yeah.
Sounds like.
Why are you interested in serving on this?
So I spent 15 years in law enforcement. I moved to West Virginia in 2019 in December. Left law enforcement in 2017. I've worked at data center operations since then. I became aware of this open position with my background in law enforcement. I spent 5 years working in DC for United States Capitol Police, and then I went to sheriff's office where I served another 10 years. So I'm very familiar with the operations of how a sheriff's office works. I'm very familiar with the disciplinary actions that take place, within sheriff's office. The difficulties in hiring qualified candidates, and retention of sheriff's office employees is quite a big issue. And so those are sort of probably the underlying reasons why I saw this as an opportunity to serve, the county and make sure that the sheriff's office is supplied with the best candidates and that there's a fair process in place for deputies working in the sheriff's office.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any more questions from the commission?
I'll go ahead and move a motion to appoint Gene Bezzosi. I had to look at it again, to the vacant position on the civil service.
Second.
So moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for stepping up.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
It's due to time constraints, we're going to move to new business. Ms. Milton, come on. Item number 12. So I'll start the first question. I've had constituents reach out, and something concerning is that they're saying you recommended to remove the eligibility of former PSD ratepayers to serve on the board. I just want to know if that's true.
That is not true.
But can you tell me your recollection of how that discussion happened? Or what you recommended, how it happened?
Is this, I was unaware that this was the item. Is this,
But it's
I just
under
got
Article
it.
147.
I just got invited yesterday to this, so was this something I could have planned, or is this I'm not prepared to speak on that, but I can tell you what I know about Article 147.
So you're not prepared for your own actions to tell us what you did?
I'm trying to figure out what this is. I wasn't made aware that this was about that. So I will tell you what the Article 147, which was changed in 2020 May by the City Council, and adopted, it removed the obligation of the county representative seat on CETA. It gave full authority to the city council to basically put a PSD, former PSD ratepayer on there. And without it being potentially a county representative. That's what it did. The PSD order from June 26, 2018 stipulates, and it was represented to the Public Service Commission, that my seat was a non-municipal seat. And that's what I represented. So to me, I protested that change in 2020, verbally at public comment. And subsequently, in September of 2020, I came to the JCC and informed the JCC of the issue. In October of 2020, evidently, the JCC cut a legal document which provided something I had no idea. So for months and months, it was all an executive session here. I had no idea what was going on. By April, I finally got a hold of the copy and of this October 2020 legal document. And then I tried to get on the agenda to talk about it to the JCC. And nothing came of it. I guess I was rejected. This is April 2021. So I went all that time from September to April 2021 without any information about what was going on in terms of that change to the ordinance, which changed the purchase agreement, really. And it changed also my understanding of the Public Service Commission order in that case. And I have those documents if you want those. They're public documents. So that's about all I know. So when I made those, if I have always stood by that my seat was a county non-municipal seat based upon the Public Service Commission order. Without the Public Service Commission order, the purchase agreement would have never gone through. And so that's, I guess, if this is a defense, that's what my defense is.
I think this is not talk, we're not really, I don't think the questions are slated for 2020. It's what recently happened with the discussions down in Charlestown and 2 weeks ago, or say a month ago, when they were discussing Article 147. And as our county representative, when you heard Charlestown was talking about changing Article 147, did you contact any of the commissioners on this board?
I contacted them in 2020 and nothing availed. I got removed from it.
That's not the question. Did you just contact anybody here in the last month?
No, and nor did anybody from the county commission contact me.
But you are a representative, right?
I'm appointed by the city council.
But who do you represent?
Two bodies of government, but that's all there is to it.
So or do you admit that you represent the county commission?
My seat is earmarked for a non-municipal representative.
Okay.
Does the commission have any more questions?
Yeah, I have another one. I went back and looked at some meetings and I noticed that the board will go and vote on capacity improvement fees. And then you go back to Charlestown City Council meetings and basically disagree with what your board that you sit on agreed to.
Yes.
Why do you do that for?
As an individual, I do that.
But you go back as an individual, not
Yes.
as a.
Correct, and I state that.
Okay. Okay.
So I guess the follow-up, I mean, out of curiosity. So if the board takes an action that you disagree with, or, I mean, are you voting Are you a voting member on that board?
I am.
Do you vote against it and then go make your comments, or do you?
Yeah.
What's the process that?
Yeah, if I have any public comment, when I was appointed to this board by the city council, I was asked to keep in communication with the council because that had been an issue prior. Transparency, that was a very key issue with the council. So I have had a relationship with that, the appointing body. Because technically, I don't, it's kind of a little confusing because, I was vetted through 2 government bodies, but the appointing, the final say was the city council. So whatever they have to say is, the final word. So, yeah, I do, as an individual, protest, and I have done that a few times. If the voting board does not, if I don't agree with, or I just basically, as an individual, if I feel that there's something that needs to be voiced that hasn't been voiced, or if in my own opinion, if there's some kind of issue that would cause harm, or, and I've always protected the ratepayers and the taxpayers. And that's kind of why I do what I do.
Did you unilaterally recommend a change to the city's Article 147 to remove 1,000 rate-paying customers from the former PSD to be eligible to sit on that board?
No, I did not.
You did not unilaterally approve that or recommend that?
No.
To nobody?
No, because it was also a, I did not verbally, publicly recommend that be done.
Publicly, but did you recommend it to anybody?
At some point in time, I had discussion with certain people that my concern was the language in ordinance from 2020 stated that the county, that the city was not obligated to follow the procedures of the that was issued in the purchase agreement. So there was literally a line in there that said we're not obligated to do anything with regard to procedurals for the county. And so my concern is that the county was being there was an issue to say, if the council decided to appoint former PSD, but non-municipal or a municipal, it went against the Public Service Commission's understanding of the purchase agreement. That's what happened. And so it's not an exclusion thing. It was the fact that we have a very diverse utility body. We have city PSD, we have county PSD, former. And so my concern is that the representation of the county was not, with the seat itself was going to be eliminated. And so I would agree with adhering to the Public Service Commission order. That's what I was going by. Their understanding, it's written in black and white. And so that's why.
Well, if you were concerned about this seat being eliminated, you're a county representative, shouldn't you have contacted the commission?
Sure, but I don't go for rejecting twice. I got rejected in April 2021.
So you admit to not doing your job? Not doing your seat?
I'm not obligated to the county commission. I'm obligated to the city council, as far as I understand my position. The city council is the one that has utility. It's a process of the county commission to be vetted through a process that was within the purchase agreement. And then the city council has the final say. That's my understanding.
I believe how it's written is that we give 3 names for ratepayers from the PSD.
It is.
And then they choose from those. So you are a representative. I wish you could admit to that.
You're nominated by this body.
You're nominated by this body. Yes,
A nominee.
you're a nominee, yes.
Yes, I was a nominee of this body.
Okay.
back in
Well-
2019.
Well, for the record, for the nominee as this body, I think you're doing a bad job. And personally, I think we should advertise for 3 other nominees to send out to the city of Charlestown to have them choose from and replace your position, replace you.
Well, that's up to the commission. That's actually up to the city council.
Well, I mean, when they started talking about making changes to 147, this was agreement that was done a long time ago, and this board, this county gave several $1 million to CTUB and as an agreement, and you should have been in contact with us as soon as you knew about that agreement was going to be changed.
It was changed in 2020 and this commission.
I wasn't a commissioner in 2020, ma'am.
Get that, but
Okay.
I was appointed in 2019. And so history tells me that coming to the county commission the county commission kind of didn't do anything.
But I don't think that's a fair statement to make, because I know myself and Tricia and Steve were not on the commission. So
No.
I'm hearing you that you had a negative experience in the past.
I did.
But I just don't think that justifies never coming to the commission again in the future.
And I haven't heard from a commissioner at all. The one time I heard, the council got a letter from a commissioner. I'm not sure how that, because all that was done in executive session. Again, there was no transparency. I was not asked. You asked me to come today, Commissioner Stolifer, but you've never asked me in the last year. And I got rejected off of the agenda item to come talk to you in April of 2021. I have evidence and documents of it.
That's not an excuse. The commission has sessions like Congress does. You're basically saying it's a new makeup of the commission, who I think Patsy was the president in 2020. I mean, that's not an excuse.
If you had issues with my performance, maybe somebody should have contacted me.
But that's what we're here today for, ma'am.
Well,
I mean, that's why we brought you in here today.
I mean, that we're talking about, a year that went by with nobody saying anything. You've been here a year.
Well, I would suggest, if you're serving on this board and CTUB and representing, the county former PSD ratepayers, that if you have a concern, at least write a letter, call someone up. I mean, I don't know why you were left off of the agenda. I don't, I wasn't aware of that. So we need to find better ways to communicate. So that's my suggestion, at least put it in a letter. It gets put in our information packet, and we can put it on the agenda if it's something we want to know more about.
Right. And I think that October 2020 letter that was evidently written to the city council, and it CC'd the general manager of the utility, and it CC'd the city manager of the city of Charlestown. That letter was not disclosed to me. It was not distributed. Now, is that the responsibility of this body? It was never distributed to me. I never knew what was going on for 6 months. And so that's why at the end of the day, in April 2021, I said, okay, I got to get on the agenda. I got to talk to the commissioners about what's going on, because I don't know. Everything was done in executive session. And then suddenly in January 2021, it was dropped off the agenda, even out of executive session, the Article 147. So my concerns were just kind of, I don't know what to say other than the fact that, I went 6 months without knowing, and the public didn't know either what was going on. And here that letter was floating around, and I finally got it because I assumed that I had received it. And that's immediately when I got that letter. I thought things were in the works. I didn't think that I needed to contact the county commission because I had already appeared in September of 2020 and things were initiated. I mean, I can't be responsible for things that I didn't know about. And so by April 2021, I did try to, and I got rejected. So these changes that happened in that letter, actually, there was a letter sent from this commission back to the city council that stipulated that when city council makes changes, to please inform. It wasn't written to me. It was written to the city council from this commission. So where was my responsibility in it? I don't know, because that letter stipulated that city council was to inform this body when it made changes to Article 147. So no, I'm not doing a bad job. I don't think so. I'm just not informed. And, you know, I can't know what I don't know. And
But you know about 147 changes down at the city of Charleston, right?
yeah, but so.
But you didn't inform this
The
board,
city
right?
council-
All I'm hearing is excuses, ma'am. All I'm hearing are
City
excuses.
council was supposed to, as I said, a letter was written from this body to the city council saying, anytime you change Article 147, you need to inform us. That was from this body. Where was my name in that? Nowhere. It didn't say, tell your county representative and let her go back to the county commission. Nowhere in that letter did that say. So my assumption was that the two bodies had a communication.
But you're a representative. That's what I'm trying to say. You are a
And I
representative.
did. That letter was between the two governing bodies, not me.
So that doesn't make any sense.
Well, I think it does. I mean, that letter was written from this body to the city council. It wasn't written to your representative. It was, my name wasn't even in there.
But I think you're misunderstanding. That's in despite of not getting information. That's why we read that letter. When we
What?
did.
I did come to, in September 2020.
Not
and
an
I was
excuse.
able to get
That's
on
not an excuse. This is a different body. How many times have you requested to be on the agenda while I've been president?
this and after.
That asks
no,
question, how many times have you requested to be on our agenda while I have been president?
Well, this is a new year. I just
Oh,
don't.
now it's a new year, but it wasn't
I'm
before.
not getting,
Got it. Understand.
I am not getting
Understand.
rejected twice, sir.
Have I rejected you?
I'm not. getting
No, I actually put you
rejected twice.
on the agenda to come before us. So I have not rejected.
When's the last time that, sir, that you've communicated with me as a liaison of CTUB?
I haven't since I've been on CTUB.
Correct.
Yeah.
So this is the first time that I've seen anything about Article 147 in the public venue. And it's the first time I've seen the liaison do any recording of CTUB. If this is a situation where you would like to, you know, I'm telling you what happened in the timeline and why I made the decisions that I did. And I have nothing, this the truth. What happened? I mean, I don't understand where, you know, if you are suggesting that I was responsible for communicating to you about a recent change to Article 147, when your letter from the county administrator said to the city council, hey, if you change it again, you are to inform us. My name was not on there. I was not CC'd.
That's a bad excuse, ma'am. That's
It's not bad
If you're a representative, that's a terrible excuse. to be honest with you.
Well, let me just say this. How am I supposed to know when I didn't get the letter?
You're on the board.
Didn't get the letter.
You're on the board.
Steve,
I don't know.
If I can interject, it seems to me that things have happened in the past. Things aren't working now, and we need to figure out what are we going to do moving forward. So I guess that we need to have a discussion of, and you brought up, Steve, I don't know the logistics of it. Is it are we the ones that make the nominations or could make new nominations? Is that something we're interested in doing? Because I think it'd be unproductive to continue.
Keep ongoing this.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
how it's set up is this board is nominations of 3 folks. And Nathan can clarify this, and it's sent to Charlestown City Council, and they choose 3 representatives. The 3 people that are to be picked from this board are ratepayers in that system. So it's the former PSC system, ratepayers.
So do we then would we be able to make new nominations, or do we have to have?
Well, we'd have to have it on the agenda to advertise it. And it was not properly advertised to do that. That was just a recommendation I had. It could be taken up at the next meeting.
Well, I think too, maybe we just need to have a session to review Article 147 and then see where our authority is to do any, to do anything.
Maybe Nathan can bring it up and brief, we can brief us at the next meeting on that. Okay.
I would point out, just for clarification, that the article states that in essence, the article says that that the representative is to represent the interests of the county residents. So if there's any clarification about what the appointees, the director's role is, it is to represent the interests of the county residents, not just the city employees.
Okay.
Is there anything else from commissioners?
No.
Okay. Thank you for coming in. Next is agenda item number 7, Mr. Jarvis.
No, you can have it stop right here. Good morning, Commissioners.
Sir,
Only because you got a suit jacket on. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to come before you. Just to make you aware, coming up in April, we're going to have 7 slated positions on the JCBA board that will be expiring. With it being 7, it kind of throws the board off kilter for every 3 years, where 1 year we'll have 1 year we'll have 4, and then a large number. So I took an opportunity to sit with Ms. Carroll yesterday afternoon and confer numbers. And we're looking for consensus on when you do appoint the next 7 positions, that the 2 that are slated to represent the citizens only serve a 2-year term. If we shorten that term, then we'll go down to like a 5-4-4 or 5-4-3 and make it a little more balanced.
Well, I understand where you're coming from, wanting to, since we've had to basically
Yes.
appoint a new board. But I don't know. So you just want, if they decide to reapply, only make it a 2-year term.
Whether they apply or we get somebody new that
Yeah.
applies, to make the initial year only a 2-year term. Following that, every year would be 3 years.
And
Every term
then,
would be 3 years.
now, this is not set in state code, the terms, it's more our own.
Actually, New York State Code does stipulate that it needs to be a balanced rotation.
Okay.
And this will bring us back in line, being more balanced.
That's the intent. The chair's wise decision to kind of approach you was made with staff consideration as well, because it's an enormous, that's an enormous number for any board that you would appoint, Historic Landmarks Commission, whomever, and especially if this body and leader, and in true nature of being transparent and democratic process, this enables you all to create that autonomy that one commission from you all could not unilaterally do. It checks and balances system is what I'm trying to say. That's more of the intent, to create that transparency and to let the public understand that you all are responsive, true to the spirit of democratic process.
Yeah, and what you're asking, of course, certainly makes sense. As y'all know, I'm the liaison on this board, and the planning commission is set up the same way. There's 3, 3, and 2. And The appointments come in March every year, and we do that just so it's kind of spread out. So I certainly don't have a problem doing this as long as we can legally do it.
Yeah.
I'm looking at our astute legal counsel to my right.
Well, the concept in the statute, when the board is initially set up, is that the members are appointed for terms of 1 year, 2 years, and 3 years, divided equally, the code says. And then thereafter, it's 3-year terms. What the code hasn't really anticipated was like a mass resignation from the board. I mean, it certainly seems to me that it would be within the spirit of the code that if you reappointed board members after a mass resignation, that they would be appointed for 1, 2, and 3-year terms divided equally, nearly as equally as possible. It says, and that would bring us back into what the code initially envisioned. Now, it doesn't really address that specific issue, but it seems to me like that's the spirit of the code, is to have the board constituted that way.
Okay.
So what steps that you would take to reconstitute the board in that way would probably be, a good thing that would bring us back into compliance with how the board is being operated.
Okay, well, with that being said, I'll just go ahead and move the motion to advertise our new position, to advertise the positions on JCDA as proposed of the new term expiration. The 2 citizens will expire 2024. Business follower rep, harvester rep, industry rep, and the second industry rep will all be, they will expire April 2025.
Thank you very much.
I'll second that motion, and I guess we'll get, Nathan says it's in the spirit of the statement, so hopefully we'll be okay, unless he comes up with something that tells us we shouldn't do that. Absolutely. Yeah. That's my only concern.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, guys. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
You will.
Thank you. Thank you. Justice Conrad online.
For number 8, yeah.
Hey, Conrad.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good.
Good. And I also have Allison Ellis here, and we'll have and Mark McKenzie.
Conrad, open session, is anything you needed to talk about, update in executive by any chance?
Mark, do we need to talk about anything in executive session purposes, or wasn't sure if we had any of our proprietary slides still built in?
Can you hear me? This is Allison Ellis. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. I'm having problems getting my webcam to work. We do have some specific detail about fiber expansion locations. We can certainly exclude that from our discussion today in our presentation, but it is something that we thought the commission might be interested in learning more about. Okay. But we can talk generally if you prefer not to go into executive session.
Okay, that's, I just wanted to let everybody know that you're online. It's hard to tell. I talked to Conrad personally, and he mentioned that. So we are currently in open session. If you need to go into executive session, certainly we could do that.
If they meet the requirements.
Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, they are.
I think we're fine for right now, and we can send some follow-up information a little bit later. But as Commissioner Stolifer mentioned, this conversation came about because we ran into each other, and Frontiers got some exciting plans for Jefferson County, and we thought it'd be a great opportunity to give a presentation to the commission to show just some of what we're up to before we get moving any further on it. And so I'll kick it over to Allison and Mark to walk through some of the details. But I know we're in open session, but I will say that Commissioner Stollifer, you not having on a cowboy hat today is disappointing to us and all of Jefferson County.
I'll wear it next time you're on our agenda. How about that?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Conrad, and thank you to commissioners for making time for Frontier today. So we did want to share with you all that we have some plans for fiber expansion within the community and to talk a little bit about that. Just to give you, though, a higher background. So Frontier, as you know, has long been a provider in the state of West Virginia and in your community. We recently, well, actually in May of last year, completed a financial restructuring that allowed the company to eliminate $10 billion worth of debt that was constraining our ability to invest and expand services in the way that we wanted to. This was a very important achievement for the company because it essentially made us an entirely new company. We have an entirely new board of directors and an entirely new leadership team. And we have a very clear vision and mission for the company, which is building Gigabit America. That is how we refer to our plans to expand fiber to the premises to as many locations in our footprint as we possibly can. We have made a public commitment to reach more than 10 million locations by the end of 2025. We had a mid-range target at the end of 2021 of reaching 4 million locations, which we did. We accomplished that. Many of those locations, were in the state of West Virginia. And so we are continuing that work, and we are focused on fiber because we believe it to be well, it's not just our belief, it's objectively the premier broadband technology available. It allows for super high speed connections that are symmetrical, that facilitate the applications that everyone is relying on increasingly in their daily living, just like the webinar that we're having today or the interactive session. It provides symmetrical speeds and excellent future scalability. And so we have some detail about that we'd like to share with you. And I'll turn it over to Mark McKenzie, who is our chief engineer in the West Virginia area. And he's really responsible for doing all of the planning and building of our West Virginia network. And so he's an excellent resource to be talking with you all today.
Thanks, Allison. Good morning again. Thank you for having us. As Allison said, my name is Mark McKenzie. I'm Director of Construction and Engineering for Frontier, West Virginia. With me today, I have John Tipton. He's my partner on the operations side. John is Director of Operations for most of Eastern West Virginia. So he's actually joining us today. And it would be his team that would be maintaining and installing the network once we can get it engineered and constructed. So Conrad, I wasn't sure, do you want me to try to share a PowerPoint or no?
Oh, yeah, I think that'd be great.
I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure out where the share screen button is on here.
We may need to make him a presenter or something.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that is bringing that up. Show my screen. Okay. Is that showing a PowerPoint?
Yes.
That work?
Jess, can we move that little thing? Can we move that thing on the screen?
That better?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so for Charlestown, what we have planned is, as Allison mentioned, this is a pure fiber to the premises expansion. It's 100% fiber optic facilities all the way from the central office to the customer premises location. There is no copper component of this proposed project. For 2022, what we have planned for the Charlestown community is we're going to build to approximately 15,000 SBU. That means single family unit, single business unit. Those are the addresses that we are targeting at this time. When you talk about a large apartment complex that may have 10, 20, 30 units, we will leave facilities coiled in place for those. The plan will be to come back and work with those property owners at a later time to establish licenses to provide facilities on those properties. So what we're calling phase one will be us building fiber to about 15,000 residences and single business units in the Charlestown community. As Allison mentioned, the benefits of fiber can't be overstated. She's already talked to you about what that brings to our communities in today's environment. The services will be a tiered speed service. We just launched a 2 gig service. We have 1 gig, we have 500 over 500, and then it kind of steps down from there. The important part to note is these are symmetrical speeds. It's the same speed upstream or an upload as it is download. Our goal will be to be as minimally intrusive to your existing infrastructure as we can. We are trying to leverage the existing Frontier facilities that are in place today. We plan to attach to the overhead plant that exists. We will utilize our existing conduit system that leaves the central office in the Charlestown area. So we are trying to avoid disruption for your communities, if at all possible. We're not looking to be digging up streets and create a lot of congestion in the downtown area. We will try to, as I said, leverage the existing infrastructure to the best of our ability. When we do get into the subdivisions and we do see underground existing facilities, that's where we will give as much notice as we can to those folks in terms of the the digging work that may take place in those subdivisions as we look to get fiber directly to the customers' homes. So why fiber makes sense? Obviously, the speeds that we've mentioned are much better than what we've seen in years past. As I mentioned before, we just launched a 2 gig service. We have 1 gig, 500 over 500. The equipment that we're installing, the optics that we're placing in the network can actually go higher than 2 gig. We expect that those offered speeds will increase over time. We could see offerings in the 5G range in the coming months or years. Obviously, fiber provides better reliability than the copper network. The speeds are more obtainable. There's no bottlenecking. It allows us to be prepared for future growth. And there's less chance for degradation with the fiber optic design versus what you see with the old traditional bell or copper network.
And if I could just add 2 things there, Mark, the fiber is not affected by distance in the way that copper facilities are. So that's why doesn't have the degradation issues, signal degradation issues. Also, for a fiber network, it's a passive network, so it only has to have electricity at either end of the network, electricity in the central office, and then electricity at the end user location. And so that provides a more reliable connection because it's not affected by power interruptions along the transmission path that copper facilities are.
Thanks, Allison. So on this slide here, one of the things we want to hopefully share with you today is that we want to partner with you. We look at this as a partnership between Frontier and those communities. Our employees obviously live and work in that area, and so we hope this is the beginning of a partnership. On the permitting side, we do have some concerns. I would ask that if there's anyone respectively on the commission that could potentially help with that, we would welcome any help. And what I mean by the permitting concerns are, obviously we will be constructing on Department of Highway State roads, and we will install in subdivisions that have buried facilities. Obviously, There are a lot of locations in Charlestown where the existing plant's not overhead. It is buried and underground. In those cases, we'll be placing the hubs that you see on the far right in those subdivisions. So it will be a fiber optic design all the way to that hub. And then from that hub, we will run fiber cable to the individual customer lines.
The only thing that I would add is that those fiber distribution hubs within the community, there are fewer necessary for a fiber deployment. So there will be fewer of those in the community than the existing copper-based boxes that I think you probably have seen before in your neighborhoods or around town.
Yeah, agree. And then so the last thing I wanted to say was timing, right? You may be asking, so when is this all happening? It's actually happening now. Engineering is we're probably halfway through the engineering phase. We are looking to start construction as soon as possible. As I mentioned earlier, the permitting issue is of concern in terms of us being able to bridge that gap. But we look to be constructing this program in Charlestown very soon in the coming months, and as soon as this month, if we can get our permitting approved by the Department of Highways.
And just on that front, I would add, I don't want to overemphasize permitting, but I actually don't think I can. As I started at the outset, we are marching ahead on our plans to deploy fiber to the premises to 10 million locations by 2025. This is a very aggressive plan. We are, our executive team is focused on doing it. And so even relatively minor delays can impact the schedule so significantly that the executive team then, makes the decision to pivot to a focus in a different community where, we are not running into permitting issues. So I just wanted to flag that for the commission.
That's all I had, Allison Conrad. Thank you. And I'd be glad to entertain any questions if there are.
You mentioned permitting, and where is that held up at currently?
We're currently having some issues with the State Department of Highways. There are, as you probably know better than I do, multiple districts in the state of West Virginia, and District 5, where Charlestown is located, is approaching the permitting process differently than the other districts and is requiring a significant amount of additional detail that is quite honestly very voluminous and difficult for us to provide in a timely fashion. We are, as Mark said, utilizing it in large measure infrastructure that's already in the public right of way. We're overlashing on existing facilities, and so it's not like it's an entirely new deployment where there have never been Frontier facilities before. And so in other districts, they're actually taking a streamlined approach because we have been in the right of way for many, many, many years. We've fulfilled the permitting requirements. And so there is a pattern and practice of dealing there that is actually simplifying the process. But for whatever reason, it's not, District 5 is not taking the same approach.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions or comments? All right. Well, thank you guys for your presentation.
Hey, thanks for having us. And anytime you all want to hear more updates or anything, just give me a shout, and that gives us an excuse to show some of the good stuff we're up to.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
My husband will be very excited about fiber.
We're excited too. It's something we've been really wanting to do for years. Our customers have been clamoring for higher speeds. So for all of us who work at Frontier, it's a very exciting time because we're able to deliver what customers want. We're pricing our products at a very aggressive price point. We're currently making for customers who purchase our gig service a 3-year price guarantee, we're not requiring customers to commit to us for 3 years, but we are committing to the customers that we will hold their price steady for 3 years. So, you know, we're very excited about being able to do that as a company.
All right, great. Thanks.
Thanks, gang.
Thank you.
Is there anything left not in executive session?
What can we do? You're just talking about Nathan, I'm looking farther down.
So if I may interject, Nathan just stepped out to get a document, but his number one item would be an executive session item. I think he is not considering doing item 2 and 3. So, so what I could move to, under my county administrator report, the first 2 bullets would be open session, the second 2 bullets would be executive session. So Ms. Marcoon is ready, she's next door. We can bring her in if you want to go ahead and do that now and just wait till the end for executive session. So
Is that what the commission wants to do? Sure.
Yeah, sure.
okay, yeah, I just text her, she'll be over here in a couple minutes.
She was in here earlier.
Yeah, and I think we're kind of jumping around, I don't want to sit too, she's very busy.
Yeah.
So,
So we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Just stretching my back.
So I'll go ahead and call us back to order. Item number 1 under county administrator reports.
great, thank you. So I'd like to first begin by, acknowledging Laura Coon, Ms. Laura Coon, for all she has accomplished over the past 2 years as the interim maintenance director. Ms. Coon's responsibility, which include building maintenance, custodial services, fleet management, mail courier services, and fuel management, to name a few, have not gone unrecognized. Thank you. My first ask is to move Ms. Coons from the position of interim director of maintenance to the position of director. Secondly, I'm requesting that we move the position of administrative assistant from the maintenance department back to the county administrator's office. And I request permission to advertise and hire for this position. This will eliminate our need for the temp position that has been serving in this capacity. And lastly, I would like to recommend we rename the department from maintenance to facilities and fleet management. This lends more credence to what the department currently does. I think we need to recognize it with oversight of 120 vehicles, the CIP programs, custodial services, purchase of power, fuel, electric. I think we need to elevate the title of that department to that level. So those are my three asks. I'll repeat that first. If you want to go ahead and make a motion, my first ask is to move Ms. Coons from the position of interim director of maintenance to the position of director.
I'd say move Ms. Coons to the director of maintenance from the interim director.
I'll second that, and I would say it's on our part, long overdue, and I know you're doing a great job. So
Thank you.
a lot of responsibility there, especially during snowstorms.
Yes, thank you.
I'm gonna say effective immediately.
If that was my ask.
Yes, I'll add to that, effective immediately.
And I was also going to ask, do we need salary requirements for that? Or is this a promotion? Right.
Yes, we will adjust Ms. Coons' salary to the level what we feel appropriate. I don't have that number with me. Sandy, I think you've got the number.
No, because I don't think we finished discussing it.
Okay, we'll get that fine.
Okay, yeah, and we can bring it, we can bring the salary in.
We'll bring it back.
That's fine. That's certainly fine. Okay.
All right, and we could make that retro from today.
Yeah.
That adjust retro from today.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, Stan. Yes, sir. Sorry.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, my second ask is I'm requesting to remove the position of administrative assistant from the maintenance department back to the county administrator's office, and I request permission to advertise and hire for that position.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there more discussion?
Yeah, question. Now, you're removing an administrative assistant from maintenance and putting in the county commission. How is that going to work for your department?
We had an office manager and administrative assistant when Janet retired, and then I moved to interim.
Right.
Amanda stepped up from custodial, and she is now in office assistant position. So I do have an office assistant, and we've been able to streamline some of the processes in the office. So there are times when I could use help, but we've been making it work, so.
Okay, well, and then perhaps once you give that a trial, if you need a temp, or something, we could work on that. I don't know how your workflow.
Do you know what level we're going to advertise? If the position will be advertised at what level?
Sandy, do you know?
Yeah, it'll be a grade 4, and it starts out at 37,750. Is the minimum.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And lastly, I would like to recommend that, or ask that we rename the department from maintenance to facilities and fleet management.
So move that. Motion as well too.
I'll second that. It'll take more typing to write it. It more accurately reflects your.
It does.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you for your support. Thanks, Laura.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming.
The second two bulleted items on my list, would like to move those to executive session.
And can you tell me the reason to move them to executive session?
It's discussing positions and reorg positions in the both the IT and the E911 departments.
I would think that a portion of the discussion could be held in executive session for
Okay.
this reason. Yet, I believe that it also brings into play security issues related to law enforcement due to the nature of the positions,
Okay, so,
as well as personnel.
so personnel and security issues.
All right, also, I'll move that we go move into the executive session to discuss number one, under Nathan Cochran's agenda item, to discuss personnel and security issues under our John Ness, our county administrator's agenda items for items like the project manager and public safety director and E911 management. This is to receive legal advice pertaining to these items and also talk about the, as he said, restructuring of certain portions of this, these departments.
And it's because of security and personnel.
Because of security and personnel reasons.
Got it.
There we go. And,
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, we are in executive session. I move we come out of executive session.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? We are back in regular session. And I want the record to reflect that Commissioner Stolifer recused himself under Nathan Cochran's agenda item number 1. Is there anything else to come before that? Yeah, he left the room
For executive session.
for executive session. That's correct. Is there anything else to come for the commission this early afternoon? Hearing none, we are recessed till 1:30.
Hey, I'm gonna lock the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I don't put this thing marked.
Yeah, because I'll leave my.
So I'll go ahead and call us back to order. It's 1:30. We have a scheduled public hearing on the executive summary in that study by Fitch Associates. I want to remind speakers that you have 3 minutes, and if you're online, please raise your hand at this time. But is there a list for people in the room? Thank you. So I'm going to start in the room and then we'll go online. First person I have on the list is David.
David Tabb, Jefferson County, lifelong resident, and object to any decision made by these studies. First off, I did not find any budget proposals in the FY 2022 to even pay for it. So how did you get the money to approve it? You're here to run day-by-day processing and structure for the county, not make lifelong changing decisions. The volunteer fire companies have not been funded properly by law for years. Right now, I have an investigation from the state auditor's office and fraud unit for $900,000 that had been proposed in March of 2021 for the 2022 budget. That was taken out and sent over to Parks and Recs. Then the county commission took that money, or proposed money, and then applied for the American Rescue Plan to get $1.5 million back into their budget. Then did not disperse it to where it was suggested that they were required to receive it back. This is unacceptable. You're required by law to fund the volunteer fire companies or a fire rescue system as if it was the same as our sheriff's department that you're funding with over $4 million a year, providing vehicles, personnel. Yeah, EMS has provided some personnel, but they haven't spent the money for the equipment. These people have spent over 100 years of their time, their money, fundraising, and funds raised by the county and themselves, their own expense, to have the infrastructure that we have today. That infrastructure needs to be replaced by law because now we have restrictions and classifications. It times out. There is no funding available to put that. They put it in law, but then they didn't fund it. You're required to. At what point are you going to start doing it? You got these people upset. Some of them are going to be gone. You pull the string on this, there's going to be fire companies that are gone. For what? Because the taxpayers paid the money and y'all want to use it for something else? It's not legal. It's not morally right. It's unconstitutional. You really need to back up, put the money where the experience and everything is. It's here today. It's functioning. It's working. Even though they don't have the money to do it, they still do it. Y'all have a nice day.
Next I have is Jennifer Kraus.
Good afternoon. To those of you who don't know me, my name is Jennifer Kraus, and I'm not only a citizen of this county, but I'm also a candidate for a seat on this commission. I'm here today because I have serious concerns about how this plan was made and what it does. I'm not sure why it was decided that a radical change was needed as to how emergency medical services are provided in Jefferson County, but I can only assume, as with most things, it's intended to save money. Jefferson County is the wealthiest county in our state. I think it would be foolish to look to EMS as a place to save money. Further, it is unclear what, if anything, those savings would actually be. One interesting thing I learned in my discussions with Sheriff Hansen is that at any given time, there are upwards of 70,000 people in our county. And we're growing. Right now, there are thousands of residential building permits which have been approved. That means several thousand new residents, not to mention all the new businesses which will be needed to serve them. As a growing county, we need to be looking to increase EMS coverage, not decrease it. And to any who say that this change would not result in a decrease, I say you haven't read the report. The report itself acknowledges that EMS response times will go up by as much as 50% under this plan. Ask any EMT or paramedic and they will tell you, those extra minutes can very easily mean the difference between life and death. This plan, as it currently stands, is not good for Jefferson County. That's not to say that there aren't reasonable changes that could be made as to how we provide emergency medical services to our residents. But any such ideas should only be made with the input and buy-in of the men and women who do this very difficult and oftentimes dangerous job. They are the ones who know what is actually going on, not some paid consulting firm that is unfamiliar with the needs of Jefferson County. Thank you for your time.
Next I have is Adam Watson.
Commissioners, I come before you not only as Chief of Independent Fire Company, but also as a concerned lifelong resident of Jefferson County. I have gone through the study that you have approved to be conducted many times, and I have yet to understand how we could potentially reduce EMS response. Over the last 20 years, the administration of the volunteer departments, the JCESA, formerly the JCA, which was Jefferson County Ambulance Authority, the JCSA board, and the county commission have built a system that is working for our county. If this study were to be implemented, it would completely erase what has been accomplished. Several years ago, the JCAA was changed to the JCESA so that the employees could have a dual role between fire and EMS. Right now, the study shows an average of 8.2 minute response from time of dispatch currently to the arrival. The models that are presented have a longer response, which is due to reducing the numbers of ambulances available and reducing the locations. I live in Locust Hill, which is a 7-minute response from Independent. With any of these models, my family and I will have to wait 10 to 11 minutes coming from another fire station. Please explain to my family why my family's life is less important to potentially save $1. Why would the people on the mountain have to wait an additional 5 to 6 minutes? Depending on the location, it could be longer for an ambulance. Are you ready to take on this liability? As a citizen of Jefferson County who pays an EMS fee, even though I am an EMT and a driver of an ambulance, should not have my services reduced. The system that is in play now works. Yes, we ask for more staffing so we don't have a reduction of services, but this study would potentially reduce services. There are 3 commissioners sitting right before me that would have a longer response time if any of these models are approved. I ask you to sit down with experts and listen to and understand our concerns. Please look at the research Loudoun County, Fairfax, Montgomery County, Frederick County, Maryland, and Virginia. They all have a system like we have. Please don't try to reinvent the wheel. We are in the infant stages of what they are now. Both Frederick County, Virginia, and Fairfax both had a study conducted by Fitch, and neither of the counties went with what was recommended to them because it doesn't work. We understand that there are growing pains with this, and there is give and take. But with this study completely takes away everything without any concern of the trickle-down effect. From going to accommodation department to potentially EMS only, you will lose employees, have retention problems, and IFC is standing to lose approximately 14 EMS volunteers due to this. Longer wait times for fire trucks, mental burnouts, and much more. The worst thing you can do is vote for this on this study for today. We have had only 2 weeks to try to digest this report, and it would completely unravel the last 30 years. Sit down with the departments and work together. I am simply...
Next, I have Ross Morgan.
Good afternoon. My name is Ross
Chief Rossdale Morgan, Jefferson County Fire Department, and also currently the chairman of the Fire Rescue Association for the year 22. I'll keep it very short. Yes, we are opposed to this plan. So what we would really like is to have a voice in this whole thing. We would like to have a workshop and okay, I'll get y'all's attention. Commissioner?
But I was taking notes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing.
All right. Just want to make sure.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We would like to have a workshops meeting, whatever you want to call it, for all the volunteer departments. There's a lot of questions that we have, but there's also a lot of questions that you all will have, that you have no idea what you're getting yourselves into. Truly, it's have a much bigger impact than just a couple of dollars being saved. It truly does. It's way farther than you all can imagine. So please entertain the thought of having a good workshop with us before making any decision today. Please table it.
Next I have is Marshall.
Good afternoon. Marshall Demerit, EMS Chief, Shepherdstown Fire Department. My first 2 minutes is on behalf of the great men and women of the Shepherdstown Fire Department. Shepherdstown Fire Department is opposed to the proposal for a reduction and centralization of EMS services in Jefferson County, based on 4 main factors and many contributing factors. A dangerous reduction in available EMS resources will cost lives. Each of the proposals reduce the available EMS resources. Ambulances will be taken out of service. Highly trained volunteers will be shut down. Reduction of this magnitude is careless and dangerous. When the commission says efficient, what you mean is cheap. In an effort to reduce costs and generate revenue, you will cut service. You attempt to sell these proposals as efficient, but we all know you really mean cheapest with no regard to true operational efficiency. The commission's proposals will separate fire from EMS and drive a wedge between career and volunteer partners. The volunteer responders and the JCSA career staffing have created a partnership that provides effective response. You are moving the county backwards by 20 years and ignoring when Jefferson County fought all the way to the state legislature to combine our ambulance authority and our fire board into one agency because we knew the most competent model is a combination system. These proposals destroy this hard-fought partnership. The unnecessary growth of government duplicates existing infrastructure and reduces overall service to the community. Your concern is money. Your concern is control. This is not the answer to either of these concerns. Don't waste resources that can provide necessary critical staffing. Embrace the combination system that works. The combination system the Jefferson County Commission has rightfully invested in, a partnership between career and volunteer, where the county provides staffing and the volunteer organizations provide the infrastructure, is the most financially responsible, efficient, and safest. My last 30 seconds is personal. I am a husband and a father raising children in Jefferson County. These proposals are dangerous for my children. They severely limit the resources available to my wife in an emergency. They increase the time it takes my family to get an ambulance. You are considering reckless changes over collaborative communication and conversation with those daily serving this community, and that is not looking out for the best interest of my children. Thank you.
Next I have Mike Moody.
Good afternoon, I'm Mike Leonard, I'm Chief of the Middleway Volunteer Fire Company. I too am going to ask that you all not make a motion to move forward on this fifth proposal as of yet. I'd like to see you all sit down with fire companies with a workshop and actually come up with a solution. Looking at things from an efficiency standpoint, last year we lost out 530 calls we ran last year. Out of this 530 calls, we had to hire staffing to cover them because staffing was coming from town. That could be a dramatic increase in response time. In doing that, 383 patient contacts and transports, we were able to get to in about 10 minutes and 30 seconds from the time of dispatch to the time of the patient. If we had not done that, that time would have increased to over 15 minutes. And in doing that, you are going to kill citizens in this county. That is not acceptable. I understand EMS is expensive. We hired staffing to cover some of it. Cost us $140,000. Yes, we're using EMS building to cover part of it, and we're using bingo to cover the other part. That's a tragedy. I have a 1986 fire engine I cannot replace because we had to hire staffing. That is not acceptable. So as you look to move forward and do things that are more efficient and a consolidation of service, you are putting the members of this community at risk, and that is inappropriate. Thank you.
Next is Coy Beverage.
Hi, my name is Coy Beveridge. I'm the Assistant EMS Chief of Shepherdstown Fire Department. I come to you today to explain, as everybody else has throughout all of the public speaking. Jefferson County, West Virginia volunteers are in large part career fire and EMS personnel working in neighboring counties, Loudoun, Fairfax, you name it, Clark, anywhere, that are working with the career staffing to make this county a better place, myself included within that. We have active volunteers who hold ranks of chief, deputy chief, battalion chief, captain, lieutenant, technician, firefighter, and or EMT paramedic in neighboring areas you are all well aware of and most likely hold in high regard. These volunteers are good enough to lead and direct at the chief level in neighboring jurisdictions, but you want to stop them from EMS response within Jefferson County. And you refuse to get their input on such a dangerous reduction in service in their home county. A lot of these volunteers are paramedics and EMTs within Jefferson County, and all of these proposals stop them from providing this service in their hometown. Volunteers are actively engaged on EMS calls, acting as primary providers, secondary providers, and drivers, or just a helping hand when you're running a high acuity critical call. With the Fitch study, the plan is to operate government-owned and operated ambulances. And in doing so, you lose a lot of those highly decorated and well-trained volunteers. With the Fitch study and the route the county commission is trying to go, those volunteers will no longer be allowed to operate as primary providers, secondary providers, or drivers. This is a huge letdown to the taxpayers and visitors of Jefferson County. The legal aspects of this new plan will no longer allow those volunteers assist due to insurance coverage and workers' comp, God forbid they were hurt. For all of that to be covered, those people who volunteered in the current capacity would have to be quote unquote paid by the JCESA to be covered on vehicle insurance and workers' compensation. I hope you choose what is right for Jefferson County taxpayers, visitors, and the volunteers who have committed many, many hours to Jefferson County. Thank you.
Next, I have Troy Baker.
Commissioners, I stand before you today to state my opposition of what may be implemented due to the study of the Fitch report. In June of 2014, I moved to Jefferson County, specifically Shepherdstown, to be a part of the live-in program at the Shepherdstown Fire Department. I did so because at the time I was attending Blue Ridge Community and Technical College, studying in the paramedic program. I had the opportunity to go to class, learn valuable EMS skills, and then apply them in the field while staffing an ambulance at Shepherdstown. Much like myself, there were several others in the live-in program doing the exact same thing. They had the chance to practice and apply their skills while providing a service to this community that right now costs the taxpayers nothing. Since our live-in program was implemented, there have been well over 50 participants. Some have gone on to successful careers in the fire and EMS world, the same ones who wouldn't have had the opportunity to do so without the high level experiences they gained while participating as part of the EMS system here in Jefferson County. If the implementation of what the Fitch report suggests is more efficient, what it will do is take a huge toll on our recruitment to our live-in program and our department in general. We have many people come to Shepherdstown to participate as EMS only members, meaning they specifically want to ride or drive the ambulance and provide emergency medical care. Past, present, and future volunteers of Jefferson County will no longer have the ability to get the full experience if you exclude any ambulance in the county from having volunteer staff. To date, the Shepherdstown Fire Department is on track to have over a 20% increase in call volume in 2022. With our increase in call volume, that will certainly mean an increase for other departments as well. A large majority of this increase will be EMS calls that fewer ambulances will be available to handle, putting the lives of the citizens of Jefferson County in jeopardy. I ask you to strongly reconsider the study, as what you may think of as a reward of saving money for the county, the risk is that it will cost someone their life. Thank you.
Good job. Next, I have Jeff Smith.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. I'm probably going to say that I'm probably the newest resident of Jefferson County in comparison to a lot of the colleagues and the people I know in the back of the room. I've been here since about 2015, 2016. Just real quickly, background with me is that I've been fortunate enough to be part in the public safety realm, whether it's law enforcement, firefighting, or EMS, for probably well over 20 years, serving in a multitude of communities, whether it's large cities, rural communities, suburban communities. I've been experienced in past before and looking at exactly studies like this, to where we, communities were burdened with a challenge, and that challenge is they're growing. That's a positive for Jefferson County. You're growing by leaps and bounds, but with that comes responsibilities when it comes to the infrastructure and public safety as being number one. I applaud the study to a point where it's a good start. I applaud the commission for getting that outside view into where we can look at things in a constructive means. Now, listening to everybody back there, they're all for the approach of let's sit down and let's put working groups together to discuss. I don't think anybody here, at least from what I can perceive, thinks that there's going to be a vote on the elimination of the volunteer service, EMS, so on and so forth today. But the challenges that are being faced, and it's not just in Jefferson County, it's in counties and communities nationwide, and it comes on a lot of things. Recruitment, retention of police officers, firefighters, paramedics, along with the fact that every community has limited funds, limited resources. So the county commission is responsible to ensure that those resources are used adequately to try to at least keep up with the growth that you're experiencing. When I look at what the community has, I'm very proud to live here. I believe that there's a good blend of the volunteers that have been here for a lot of years, and there's a lot of tradition, okay? But there's a phrase in the fire service: tradition will get you killed, okay? And what that means is that we traditionally learn how to fight a fire. Maybe when we learned 20 years ago, that's how we did it. But today, maybe that's not the best and safest way about going about doing things. In the past 100 years, volunteer departments have been an integral part of the community at many, many levels and many, many areas. But if we continue to want to not realize the fact that well over 80% of the calls that we see are medical in nature, and this is not just pristine to Jefferson County, this is nationwide, and to where you have 10 to 15% of calls that are fire related. I mean, the math is there. I don't support the splitting of EMS in regards to fire. I think when you have a combination system with a dual purpose, you have firefighters who serve as paramedics. You see some communities that they serve as police officers as well. I think it's advantageous to have that, but it's going to have to be a discussion amongst all parties, and that includes county commission, the ESA board, the Fire Chiefs Association, the volunteers, the firefighters, the ESA IAAF union. Everybody has to be brought to the table. And this report is a good starting point, but I think you have an opportunity with all parties involved, if everybody sits down, to move forward in the talks and develop a premier system over the next 5 to 10 years. Because
can you wrap it up, sir?
Yeah, and that's all I got to see. For the most part, that's it. I just think it's a good opportunity. Everybody just needs to work together.
Thank you. Next, I have Madeline Region.
Dear Commissioners, returned to the area in June of 2021 after being gone for 10 years and living here for 15 years prior to that. I've seen how JCESA has no regard for the members of the community it serves at times. To them, this is a business instead of a public service. When they were removed from the medical staff from Bakerton and Middle Way stations, I was shocked and appalled. I live less than 2 miles from Bakerton Station, and the response times have grown by 5 to 10 minutes since their departure. The amount of 911 calls in the area seems to be at least 1/3 of Station 2, 3, and 4. Middle Way was able to hire some staff, but if the patient was you or your family member having a cardiac arrest, would you be willing to take the extra 10 minutes for assistance? With 14 years experience as an ER tech on code blue teams before becoming a paramedic, I've seen the difference in viable outcomes related to response times. I am now an EMT paramedic, and I started in Texas 3 years ago, where they do not have many volunteer areas, but the houses they do have fall into a general population. The EMS here, I've never seen anything run like this. It is outdated and ineffective for the growing population of Jefferson County. The purpose of local firehouses having their districts is so that firehouses are centralized to the area that they serve, to have the best possible response times and to save lives. If you allow the ambulances to move to the far ends of the county, are you not possibly liable for any deaths that could occur because you no longer have quick response times? Every Jefferson County household is required to pay an ambulance fee. Should that not be given a person the sense of security that an ambulance will arrive in a timely manner when they call 911? If these changes are implemented, why should one family have to wait longer than another when they all pay the same fee? Today, I'm asking the commission just to give it time, not to take a final vote on this matter, but to take time to have a public hearing and let the residents of this county that will be affected most have a say in how they feel about this. In conclusion, I think the Jefferson County area is growing exponentially. That is the perfect time to fix the problems we have at hand, to spread EMS out amongst all of the houses and look at areas that have more of a working program as a group instead of having pieces here and there with a county separate. Thank you very much for your time.
Jess, is there anybody that's raised their hand on?
Yes.
Okay.
So Alan Purdue. Mr. Purdue.
Yes, commissioners, thank you. I'm Alan Purdue. I'm the general counsel at Shepherd University. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. We generally would agree with the articulation from the Shepherdstown Fire Chief that this is a subject matter that requires a broader review by the community of the fire support and EMS support of the entire county. I listened to your presentation that Fitch made to you 2 weeks ago carefully. And what I would want to emphasize for you about that report and that presentation to you is that in focusing entirely on the financial efficiency question, the gentleman from Fitch really skipped over the point that the greatest financial efficiency would be for you to dissolve all support for EMS. Just zero that line out of your budget altogether. That's how you would achieve financial efficiency on the subject matter to a maximum degree. The reason you don't do that is about public health and your recognition that public health matters. But the gentleman from Fitch in his presentation in an hour long with you did not talk about public health at all. In their 88-page report, the only point at which they pay any attention to the public health factor in this is in table 6, where they do an analysis of the call types by city code. And you should think about that table because it's showing you that in the call types, there were 630 cardiac and stroke calls in 2020 and 543 seizure and unconsciousness calls in 2020. Now, we don't have a large number of cardiac and stroke calls to our campus, but we do have 3,000 students, hundreds of employees who work here every day, and many of whom live in Jefferson County, and thousands of visitors. And we do have serious calls where time becomes of the essence. When you look at table 8, the breakout of the response times by city code in the 88-page report, you see the illustration of the degree to which the geography of Jefferson County creates challenges. You see that reflected in those response times. And that chart does not tell you that it would be okay to move to a national average benchmark of a 15-minute response time. It should tell you that the investment that is needed is to look to improve the response times more. So we hope you'll refocus on that direction of working with the departments and developing better response times. Thank you.
Next, we have Barbara Hartman. Ms. Hartman, yourself muted.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I've lived in Jefferson County over 40 years, and I'm a concerned citizen. I heard about the Fitch report, and I would just like to say that I'm very concerned about the possible reduction in ambulances. We have used the ambulance service a couple of times. Once was for my son, who's an addict, and he had overdosed in my basement. And when I went down there to check on him, he was getting blue. And so my husband called 911 and then started doing CPR. And, you know, the ambulance was here much quicker than I thought they would be. And they basically saved his life. And I'd like to say that now he's been in recovery for over 3 years. He's a productive citizen, has a good sales job, and doing well. And if it weren't for that fast response, he probably would be dead, and I would be a grieving mother. And, you know, I think, like, I've been listening pretty carefully, and we all know that addiction is a big concern in the United States and in West Virginia. And I think that that also is really important, that these peaks, there is hope for them. And so, and then I do think that keeping the EMS services with the fire does make a lot of sense, to have those combined. And so I appreciate your consideration, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Denise Nick. Ms. Nick, yourself muted. We'll just move to the next. We'll come back.
Yeah, we'll come back.
Jay Premack.
Good afternoon. I'm going to just address the members of the Jefferson County Commission. Our EMS service in Jefferson County should not be thought of as an expense, but rather as an investment in our community, in our families, in our friends, and in members of our community at large. I want each of you to think very carefully about any action that you may take today that would disrupt our current service and community engagement. Removing ambulances from surplus stations, as defined in the report, would be pulling apart the fabric of our community and will undoubtedly lead to unnecessary deaths or negatively impact health outcomes due to longer response times. That could be your wife, that could be your husband, or your child who doesn't get treatment quickly enough that could save their life. I do commend the commission for investing in a review of the EMS response times with the data that is related to an essential public service. With this information, it is clear that there is one path forward: maintain or improve in our current response times, and do so while maintaining each of the existing volunteer fire departments. Implementing a more bureaucratic approach by creating efficiencies, aka cutting costs, is a mistake. Many on the JCC would agree that big government is not the solution to our problems. You cannot spend less and get more. The quote, objective review and report by the consulting firm Fitch and Associates provides a very narrow scope that focuses on industry standards, creating efficiencies, also known as cost-cutting measures, and overlooks critical elements that contribute to the nature of and health inequities faced by rural communities such as ours. These include increased opiate death rates and a disparity in mortality rates from traumas, as highlighted in a brief by the National Rural Health Association, which is in my comments submitted. Faster response times are absolutely critical to improving the outcomes of those disparities and will undoubtedly save lives. The industry standard for rural communities of 90% response times of 15 minutes would improve only the bottom line for this county. That is short-sighted and ill-advised. In addition to health disparities faced by rural communities and the negative impact that slower average response times would undoubtedly have, there is an important element of community that has been overlooked in the study. Our volunteer fire departments are invested in and immersed in the communities that they serve. Let's keep it that way. I would encourage the JCC to meet with all of the volunteer EMS personnel who live in our community and serve our community so that you can have an appropriate counterpoint to the analysis provided by a consulting firm from Missouri. Thank you.
I don't have anyone else. I'm going to go back to Ms. Nick. She's both self-muted and she sent me a chat to see how she unmutes. Ms. Nick, can you try to unmute yourself? See your hand raised.
We can move back to people in the room. Is there anyone that added their name to the second sheet? Just be sure to state your name for the record because it's not listed.
Commissioners, my name is Heath Fleming. I'm not a resident of Jefferson County. I live in Morgan County. What I am though is a JCSA employee, and I would like to state that I do not speak on JCSA employee on their behalf, nor do I speak on our local union's behalf, mainly as my own. I see you're wearing a combat infantry badge, sir. I too am a combat veteran. Did 3 tours in Iraq, once with the United States Marine Corps, twice with 1st Cat, flying dust off. I did 14 years of service. And you, more probably so than anybody here knows, when you go into combat with somebody, you become a family. There's guys from 2003 when I was in Iraq I still talk to on a daily basis. Started my career full-time with JCSA a year ago. Was first stationed up on Blue Ridge Mountain. Earl Kogel and his volunteers up there became my family. He worked every shift to get us cleared on his fire apparatus. Every shift that we ran a call, one of his volunteers showed up. In July, I moved out to Shepherdstown. Within my first half hour in the station, we got a call for a structure fire out behind the Coast Guard. The assistant EMS chief told me to hop on the truck. My very first shift, hop on the engine, let's go. We got there, we went inside, went to work, we saved the house. Got back to the station, fire chief was there. Said, who cleared him to ride the engine? It's my first shift. Hadn't filled out a paper, wanted to ride the engine. EMS assistant chief said, I know him from Morgan County. He's a good fireman. I was cleared 3 seconds later by the chief to continue riding those engines. Since then, I've been cleared on the engine, the rescue engine, the brush truck, and I'm working on getting cleared on the ladder truck now. Those guys at Shepherdstown have become my family. Every day they come in, every shift. We drink coffee together. We eat meals together. I feel if we go this route by the Fitch report, what's going to happen is you're going to drive a wedge between that family that we have all established across every station and every house in this county. You're going to drive a wedge deeper and deeper between career staff and volunteer staff and drive those families apart. I urge you to take the time to think about what you're going to do for when the county employees show up on scene and they get no help from the volunteers because they don't have those extra ambulances to cover calls when JCSA employees are on another call. Thank you.
It's a last call for public comment.
Hello, my name is Rhonda Lehman, live on the Blue Ridge, nurse here in the area, work at the Jefferson DRC and Remington Court. I'm shocked that we want to take away our volunteers. I see Chief Mood in the back. Thank God for him. We have the services we do have on the Blue Ridge and in Middle Way now. It's a lot of work, a lot of years he took to get all those grants, to get all that money together to make this happen. When you are on the Blue Ridge and you have a heart attack, every minute matters. And having our gents come and be there first thing is so important. You can't take that away from us. There's no way if we have to wait for response from Ranson to the Blue Ridge, you got brain tissue dying during a heart attack. You have a lot of things happening that you can't reverse. It is literally a matter of life and death. And we are begging you, as I think I can speak for the Blue Ridge when I say, don't take our volunteers away. We have to keep them. They're crucial. We've done it forever with them. We won't be able to do it without them. Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else that would like to make a public comment?
Afternoon. I'm Susie Weaver Day. I live in Shannon. Excuse me, I got it. I live in Shannondale. I lost my husband. I don't want to lose a child or grandchild. Company 5 had 2 cardiac arrests yesterday. 20 minutes apart. 7:10 and 7:24. That's 4 ambulances. Then what are you going to do for the rest of the county when that happens? I have grandkids that carry epidemics. They're highly allergic to a lot of things. So I ask you, please reconsider what you plan to do.
Anyone else want to make a public comment?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Warren Royce. I'm the Assistant Chief at Blue Ridge Mountain Fire Department. I also work in Washington County as a fire and rescue dispatcher. Reduction of service to Jefferson County would be, remember what everybody is saying. I don't know how many times I've sat at work and I cross monitor Jefferson just because I volunteer over here. And I've heard any available county medic respond for a call because everything is tied up. If we start taking ambulances out of service, we want to hear that more and more and more. Response times to Blue Ridge Mountain. If Shepherdstown has to run a call like they did last week to the mountain, it took over 30 minutes to get there. You add snow, ice to Perry Lane, back Patriots Way, you're looking at an hour probably on the response time. So reduction is going to be very, very crucial, and response times are going to start to elevate if that happens. That's just what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wants to make public comment?
I am a volunteer for Independence. I've also had 6 years of experience in the medical field as a MA doing cardio. As I already heard, every minute counts when you're on cardio calls. I ran with Jefferson for my externship, and I remember going on calls with Jefferson from citizens all the way out to Bakerton for calls. And though our times are short, it's still, those minutes counted. You know, we need to be fast, quick, and taking ambulances out of service. That's not going to help. Not including the fact that you're going to drive a wedge between our volunteers and Jefferson County ESL. You know, we already have a great working relationship with them. We love our Jefferson County people. I love the ones that walk in Independence. I wouldn't want a relationship strain between us. But coming from a medical perspective for 6 years, you got to think the medical background of strokes, heart attacks, those two things right there, you have to work quickly. How many people can say that they know the background on that?
Is it queuing? Yeah, for the record.
We need your name.
Megan Duncan.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to make public comment?
My name is Gabriel Jr. I'm a junior member EMT for Shepherdstown Fire Department. I joined the department back in 2018 when I was 15 years old. Signed up for my EMT class. I passed it when I was 16. Signed up for my firefighter class when I was 17. Passed that. Passed my emergency vehicle operations class when I was 17. And I do this because it keeps me out of trouble, keeps me out of drugs. I enjoy giving the best service I can to the community. I also work a job as an EMT professionally over in Berkeley County, West Virginia. I am coming to you to ask you guys not to remove volunteer EMS from our county. Many reasons, because although Station 3 in Shepherdstown only has 2 full-time people from the county, if our secondary ambulance gets a call, the volunteers are up to get that ambulance out. There are many times I've left my dinner table, family dinner on Sunday evenings to go to that station with another volunteer driver and make up the best crew that I can be on scene. I provide the best care I can, and I do this for free for Shepherdstown. Moving this service is going to cause a huge threat to public safety, life, and property. Although it might be cost efficient in your guys' eyes, I would ask that you guys come to the fire department and do a ride along and see what it's like with a volunteer crew. Removing this service it's not the best idea in my opinion. You're removing public safety from my friends, my family, everyone else in the fire department's families, the people outside the fire department. Volunteers make up a huge portion in this county of first responders. I recommend you guys not remove volunteer EMS from the county, but rather put more people in the stations to work with the volunteers and make up more crews. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wants to make public comment?
Anyone else? a citizen.
One last look at.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. I am Denise Nick, and I just want to say, forgive me first and foremost. I may be ignorant, maybe the ignorant one in the room, but I'm trying to understand what the situation is nonetheless. So please bear with me. Even though I may not always agree with them or their vote on particular matters, I trust our commissioners to research, investigate, and do the right thing for our county and our citizens, because I trust my own judgment, and that's why I voted to hire them. It's a telling sign, in my opinion, that the former commission has possibly failed in some way to do such research and investigation and has created this environment you're seeing here today. The commission that serves us today is providing that due diligence to the tax-paying citizen. I trust that they will do what's right and what's fair for our county. With that said, accountability needs to serve the public in all respects of fire and EMS, including the volunteer services within the county. I personally have not read the full study, but I'm privy to information posted publicly. With all due respect to our volunteers, I must say that with the current operations of 10 plus to 30 plus minutes from dispatch to arrival, from dispatch to arrival times for medical emergencies, that is failing our community. It appears we're paying for services we're not receiving. I do not support the mismanagement of funds or services, especially at the expense of someone's life. Furthermore, I'm appalled at the disrespect, false accusations, and hearsays that are being posted on social media by none other than those who are called to one of our highest posts in the fire department. This isn't helping you be heard and helping your cause. With that said, my questions are third-party audits with receipt trailing performed routinely on our fire department's accounting? And if so, is this audit for public viewing, and where can a citizen find this information? And lastly, do we have a director of emergency services, and what's the director doing to prevent a lack of delayed response times and or services for our citizens? And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, last call for public comment. Hearing none, the public hearing is closed. We can move on to agenda item number 14, discussion of the FISH report.
Commissioner, I have a brief matter of legal advice that I would like to give you to this discussion, and I would recommend that you enter into executive session.
There a motion?
Yes. I'll second.
The move and seconded. Is there more discussion?
To receive legal counsel.
To receive legal counsel. So move and seconded. Is there more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are in executive session. All right, I move we come out of executive session. Been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're back in regular session.
I just wanted to bring up briefly, I know this fish study offered a couple of different options, and I believe it was a 4-unit, 6-unit, and an 8-unit option. I personally would like to see more options. One, I would personally like to see modeled is the current model that we have now with 4 24s and 1 12-hour unit. And I don't know if anybody else has any other modeling that they would like, but I'd like to move the motion to have John Nissel reach out to Fitch and to offer and ask for different modelings for us before we make a decision.
Was it a motion?
That was a motion.
It's all seconded. Is there any discussion? It's also for me, it's transitionary factors, like how they would want to implement each option if we were to choose one.
More information on that.
Anything else from the commissioners?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the numbers that are modeled in here are accurate, and just have him reaffirm that those things are accurate.
Any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
One thing I continue to hear today is to reach out to the fire companies and continue to have a conversation. I would be more than happy to volunteer my time to go, if the commission would allow me to, as a quote unquote liaison for the commission, to go out and talk to the fire departments, either one-on-one or a chief's meeting or however he wants to do it. If y'all are willing or wanting to do that. So that's up to you.
I would say, Steve, I'm willing to come with too. 'Cause
Okay.
obviously I'm new to this, so I feel like it'd be beneficial to
Okay.
learn more.
All right. Sounds like fun.
So I'll make a motion that Commissioner Stolifer serves as the liaison representative for the commission to sit down and meet with the chiefs related to this study.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Is there anything else to come before the commission today?
Yeah, I'd like to make a couple comments.
Mhm.
Hope you all can hear me. Obviously, from the public hearing, and I feel the same way, citizens do not want the response time to increase. And that's, that makes sense for everyone. But in order for us to do that or even improve our response times, there has to be changes. We cannot continue with our current framework of funding. I've always thought fire and ambulance, dual trained folks is the best delivery of service. But funding is a challenge and not sustainable from this side of the table. When the ambulance authority was first funded, can't remember the year, we put out $100,000. And Jim Canode said at that time, we'd never be able to do that without video lottery. Our video lottery and gambling revenue is down. We've all faced some hard times during recent years. So that is not a dedicated funding source. That's one problem. The commission gives money to support the volunteer fire departments, but there's no oversight from the commission. The fire departments are their own individual corporations. We have no authority to tell them how to spend that money. That's a lot of taxpayer money going to individual corporations. I'm not saying anyone misuses their funds, but the citizens need to know how their money is being spent. We need to look seriously if we continue along one option that the county needs to receive some revenue from the ambulance calls. I was on the board when we agreed not to do that. And I see now in hindsight, that was an error. Also, we've got to do centralized billing for ambulance calls, both the hard and soft billing, because our citizens are paying an ambulance fee. We need to make sure that every dollar is collected that is due. And, you know, the last option that not many want to talk about is to raise the ambulance fee to cover these costs. Or, we've talked about this for years, a fire fee or levy. So there's got to be some honest dialogue, some hard decisions made. And I think that's why we're here today.
We welcome it.
Yeah.
I just want to say a few things before we're done too. You know, I've been receiving quite a few emails and some messages here in the last week. What I would encourage everyone to actually read this fish study, because I've been receiving, you know, messages saying ditch the fish study. Sounds like I don't know, rhyme maybe. But it's very clear that the folks that are saying that haven't read this study, because there is actually, there's several different plans in here. One of them I'll call the Cadillac plan, where we have eight units out fully staffed that we could not afford anyway, but that's actually in here. And so essentially saying ditch this study would say we ditch the Cadillac plan, which we would all probably love to have, but we can't afford it. So I would encourage everybody to read this study and understand it. And then also something that's even more confusing is 90th percentile and turnout time. They are two complete separate items. The turnout time 90th percentile is completely something different. If we go with some of these, right now our 90th percentile is 15.8, and some of the models that we were shown, it was in the, I believe in the 14th, I'll go through it, there's 100 pages here to go through, but actually a lot of the models actually improved. So I just want to encourage the citizens to read the Fitch study, and certainly we welcome any more comments that you have. Thank you.
Any other commissioners have anything?
No, I mean, I agree with Commissioner Stolfer. I received a lot of messages and comments, and it was obvious in some of those comments that they hadn't actually looked or read the study. In particular, when we have 13 ambulances in the county, we don't have the staff to run 13 ambulances all the time, or even on 12-hour shifts. And on some of those ambulances that are getting out now, it is ESA staff. Volunteers aren't always available and don't always show up to drive those ambulances. So read the study, and I mean, I encourage them to do the same. It's just obvious a lot of comments that people haven't taken the time to read the study. I'm always willing to listen, and I typically respond to most comments that I receive by email or whatever, and I indulge people. But I would like to know that they read the study and are not just, you know, making a comment for the sake of making a comment.
Yeah, I'll make comments as well. I, like all the other commissioners this past week, have been getting a lot of emails, phone calls, text messages. And I know I've gone out and met with some of you at your firehouses. And this is something that I don't take lightly at all. I think the work that all of you do is more than commendable. Volunteers are giving up their time away from friends, family, to serve the community, and 99% of the time, life-threatening situations. One thing I did notice, and I see a lot, and especially in social media, is people saying, if it's not broke, don't fix it. I'm not going to say it's broken by any means, but I think today, I think it was Jeff, he had said something about like tradition will get you killed. I think we all can admit there are things that we all need to come together and look at. How can we improve moving forward? Like Jane said, funding is a problem.
Yeah.
And to me, this has nothing to do with saving money or making money, but emergency services is expensive. So we need to figure out, how are we going to provide the residents of Jefferson County with the services they need, the services they deserve, and how are we going to do that? And that's why I've mentioned Steve said being the liaison. I'm more than happy to come and join in on those discussions. I know looking at the Fitch study, and that's why I motioned yes to have Mr. Nissel talk to Todd. There were some things that kind of stood out to me that I would need more clarification on, like with the modeling and the numbers. I know they had said this would be X amount of revenue, but as you break it down, it looks like, oh, we would need cardiac monitors, Lucas devices, stair chairs, all these other things factored in. So I think that the study was a good starting point. We do have to have our due diligence to the taxpayers of where we're spending our money, why we're spending our money, and I see no issue with getting a third-party opinion, but I do value all of your input and you guys coming here today. And I hope we can get something done. And I have no interest in reducing services and putting people's lives in danger. I think we're all here for that common goal that we want to serve the people of Jefferson County and give them the services they deserve. So.
Is there anything else to come before the commission? Hearing none, we are adjourned.